States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Allie. We'll now pause for a bit and have an invocation. This morning we have the chaplain of the Livestock Committee here in San Antonio, Mr. Ken Hedges.
Good morning. Excuse me, will you pray with me? Almighty God, as we gather here today, we humbly come before you seeking your divine guidance and blessing for a successful event. We understand that success is not measured solely by outward achievements, but also by the love, unity, and purpose that we share. Grant us the wisdom to navigate challenges, the strength to persevere, and the insight to recognize the significance of every moment. May our efforts bear fruit, and may this event be a source of profound joy, inspiration, and achievement for all. We thank you for the fathers and mothers and teachers and sponsors who have invested in this event and all of those exhibitors. We thank you, O God, for your unwavering support and presence among us. In Christ's name we ask it. Amen.
Thank you, sir. And now we are honored to have a young lady from Tahoka. She is a student at Tahoka Middle School. She is in the 7th grade, is a member of the Lynn County 4-H. Miss Paisley Allison will give us our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Does that not stir your heart a bit? Thanks for being with us today. Well, folks, if we're all ready, we have our judges in place. Let's show some cattle. This is our Class 1 lightweight mains. This class has 24 entries. They'll range in weight from 1,000 to 1,182 pounds. Attention in the barn. Class 2 mains need to be moving to classification, please. Class 2 mains, move toward classification, please. Our judge joining us this year for the Junior Steer Show is Mr. Blake Nelson from Platte City, Missouri. He is the Executive Vice President for the American Maine Angio Association. His wife, Ruth, has a daughter named Paisley and a son, Brigham. Got his associate degree from Connor State College. His bachelor's and master's work was done at Oklahoma State University. He loves raising Simmental and Sim-Angus cattle, and his children exhibit cattle in Missouri and the national level. He's had the honor of judging at the National Western Cattlemen's Congress, the American Royal, the North American, as well as most of the Texas majors. Welcome, Mr. Blake Nelson. His assistant here this year is Mr. Spencer Scotton, who grew up in Nevada, Missouri, on his family's cow-calf operation, where they raise show cattle. He's judged collegiately and currently the livestock judging team coach at Redlands Community College in Reno, Oklahoma. And this morning in this main division, we will be placing 4.
Well, good morning here in San Antonio from the Steer Show. I'll tell you what, I'm pumped up to be here and get to judge alongside Blake. And we hit the ground running here this morning in a good class of mains. And for us, if you've ever raised cattle, if you've ever sold cattle, if you've ever helped a young person, the decisions that we're making today, and whoever gets the last sale spot in the lightweight mains, it's just as important to some families and some exhibitor as the last decision we're going to make on naming the champion steer of the show. So we're going to give all these kids a good look. We've got a great look at these cattle, and we're definitely right on track with what we're liking, and I think a good set to work through. I think a good set of them as the young people work their way around. I thought they were coming in, the young lady up front's got a good calf, just a little straight, and we're going to try to keep these things as sound and as balanced as we can, but I did think that one was pretty close. There's a red calf that's going out that the young man's got that's big-bodied. He's just a little hook-legged and plain shape. There was another one, that young lady with that black calf that's kind of right in the middle of the lineup, right behind that red one. That is a nicely presented, fresh-shaped steer. His hock just wasn't quite good enough in his structure. This young lady right here's got a good-looking one. Tell you that, just needs a little more punch to him. As we're working down, I told this young man right here, he's done a good job feeding that calf. You talk about one that has a big rolled-up back and a big hip in him. He just needs to go a little bit better for us. And probably another one that was kind of close was this young lady that was there at the very end. That calf is nice-looking from the side, and you talk about a great showman that's getting everything that she can out of that calf. He just doesn't have quite enough muscle whenever you get up on top of him, and he's a little straight-fronted too. So we're excited to be here. We're excited to work through our first class of the day here in our main Anjou division. If you would, those young people that work their way out, they put a lot of time and effort into their projects and did a great job with them. Please put your hands together for them and pay them off and congratulate them.
A reminder to steer exhibitors throughout the day. You should not bring your cell phone with you when you come forward to show. Again, no cell phones with exhibitors when you come to show at your event. We'd like to thank Creative Awards for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show. Creative Awards specializes in all types of awards, custom-made belt buckles, banners, caps, apparel, and promotional items for association and corporate incentive programs. Wayne, Sherry, and Landon Rohde, along with their staff, would like to wish all the exhibitors here the best of luck at this year's show. Again, thanks to Creative Awards for their sponsorship and support here in San Antonio. Attention in the barn. Heavyweight class of mains, class 3 mains, heavyweights, be moving to classification, please. Heavyweight class of mains, be moving to classification area, please.
Well, good morning, folks. This is something that I have been excited for ever since I got the call, and I'm telling you what, we're starting off in a great way. Spencer and I both got the chance to work through this, and we'll do our best to be efficient, but at the same time, we respect what these kids have done, and you as a family, the time you put in, and we're going to make sure we look at every one of them and give them a fair shake and a fair look. And then we sort from there. And as we get started here, I think we do so in a great fashion. And we start weighing some things out, starting with this red and white steer we lead off. I mean, that's one of those guys, he rolls in here. Is he perfect? No. But I think he comes in here, and when you think about true muscle shape, he definitely excels in that regard. And yet we still turn him to the side. He balances enough structurally, not perfect, but acceptable. And I'll just break him down a little more. You bet. We would maybe just tuck him a little bit more in that shoulder and the way he lays in there. But from his shoulder blade back, this one opens up with as much genuine pop and shape as any. He's still nice to the touch. Structurally, I think he's acceptable there. Would smooth him up a little bit on the inside of that hock. And yeah, we would change that, but does he flex and reach? He does. And that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to put as much power and mass as we can on top of a flexible skeleton and keep them good enough looking, because we do like show cattle for sure. This red steer that we have in second, there's parts about him we like better. I think he comes to us just a little stronger and smoother in the way he blends that top line. We like those parts about him. He is one that is pretty big backed as well. You know, he doesn't have maybe that extra shot of bone at times, and even that flare back through his quarter is our class winner. But there's parts about him we really like him from his underline up. She does a great job showing him the best. He, too, could still reach just a nickel easier. Young ladies, darker red steer we have coming out in third, kind of off-belted steer, if you will. He's one of those top three. He's the soundest moving one. He's the one that flexes and reaches, and I wouldn't argue with anyone there. I like the smoothness in his joints, but with that, you're giving up a shot of bone and power to those top two cattle, and that's something we recognized and talked about. Good, practical, useful kind of calf. She does a nice job with him. Congratulations to her. Young lady steer coming out next. You know, we didn't pull him right away. When he came in, we saw his style. We thought we saw enough power in him. We were a little concerned just the angle to his hock, and that's something as we got into it, you know, we learned to live with a little bit, because he still takes a decently long stride. It's just not as flexy as we would like, but that is a calf that has some power and look. She does a good job with him. The young lady's calf coming out next, I think one of the first calves that kind of hit us, because this is a power steer. He's wide-based, he's bold-centered, he's thick-ended, but unfortunately with that, some of those flaws we have to work on as breeders, and it's always a tough one. Structure's starting to come apart a little bit on him, and it progressed as we were out here in class. He's torn out a notch up front, wants to throw him outside of the skeleton on the back too and roll up his top. We just fix him on his feet and legs. We do that. He's up there probably in that first or second hole. I think we run into some cattle here as we progress on down. The next two black and white steers, both good-looking cattle that have some quality and look. Structurally not too bad. Just kind of get out-horsed in terms of power and shape to the top crew. Young man's red, white flank calf back there. That's a calf I like for his boldness. We liked his width. He's just one for us, pushing a little too forward up through that shoulder and front knee. Really wants to throw him out as he goes. We need to get him just flexing and going with more freedom. Red calf, again, a calf I think is going to go the rail quite well. Just gets a little plainer through that front third of his body. Would like to square him up in the way he moves. And the black calf that wraps up the class. Nice sound moving calf. Young man does a nice job with him. Just like to give him a little more shape all the way through to make him more competitive, that top group. Let's give those kids a big round of applause. And let's rodeo San Antonio.
And thank you, Judge. In our first class of mains, first place went to Rosario Santoya, Carrizo Springs FFA. Second place, Peyton Harbarth, Marion FFA. Third place to Kate Nicole Nash of Davenport FFA. And fourth place, Hallie Hoffman, Gillespie County 4-H. Let's give these youngsters a round of applause. A great job here to begin our show this year. And as we move into our middleweight class of mains this morning, there are 23 entries. They range in weight from 1183 to 1303, and again, placing 4.
Another good class of them as we get here in our middleweight division. Definitely some close calls that we were talking through. First couple calves I thought were relatively close to making it out here in the center. My man, I love the shape of that calf. We just got to fix his structure. The young lady that's here second in line, kind of the opposite. I like his look and I like his design. We just need more bone. We need more horsepower. We need more punch in that calf to get out in the middle. As we work on through this class, there's some cattle in here just a little plainer in terms of their shape and their body type, maybe just a little pale skin, a little scaly whenever you get up on top of them, maybe throws them off from a presentation standpoint just a little bit kind of as we work through the middle of our lineup. I thought as we work through the next closest one, we were talking about the young lady that's there in the red sweater that's got a nice calf. He's got a good look to him. Man, you get up on top of him, there just wasn't quite enough muscle and just real dimension there right out of the back of his shoulder for us as we work on down. I thought the young lady here with the black and white paint calf was awfully close as well, because I do like his shape. I like his turn whenever you get in behind him. Coming in just maybe wasn't quite a good enough looking whenever we studied him up front, and maybe you could change him just a little bit in regard to his balance. But we're going to keep him. I thought that, again, the young lady does a great job with him. We're going to keep him and re-rack him. So congratulations again. Another great class of them that we've got here in our middleweight division. We're excited to get to work through the top end of these. Congratulations to them. We've got a big crowd gathering here this morning. If you would, put your hands together. Let's congratulate these young people that are working their way out.
Attention in the barn, Class 3 mains. We need you bringing your steers forward for classification. Again, Class 3 mains. Need to bring your steer forward. An announcement for all steer exhibitors today. All champion and reserve champions and all first place steers will remain here in the barn. All other branded steers will be taken to the TLMA pens, which is across the way in the auction facility. Again, all breed champions and reserve champions, along with all other first place steers, will stay here in the barn. All other branded cattle need to go to TLMA. They will be receiving cattle all day, so as you finish your pictures and are squared away, you can take your picture, your steer. Be sure and take your disposition card with you, and you can take your steer on across to the TLMA pens. They will also be receiving any non-placing steers should you wish to sell them. The floor price is $198.18 per hundredweight. And again, if you take your steer over, be sure and take your disposition card with you. Steer exhibitors, the first class lightweight Charolais steers can be moving to classification, please. Class 6 lightweight Charolais be moving to classification area, please.
Well, folks, we took a little bit longer maybe on the top in that class, and we think this decision on these two steers are extremely close. And I'll just tell you how we saw them and kind of where we ended up. You know, the black and white steer, I would tell you this. He's given up one big thing. He's not as heavy boned as this calf in back. But after that, you better be careful because this black and white steer, a couple of things that I like better about him. For one, I like his balance a little bit better. He's a little more elevated in his chest, a little better up through his neck set, the way his shoulder comes into his body, even back through his tail head. That calf has plenty of muscle. He's big backed. Yeah, maybe he doesn't have quite the stifle as the black steer in second, but I can live with that. One of the big things, not only about being more elevated up front, I think structurally you study him up through his knee and his front end. He just handles it a little bit better in the way he goes. I felt more comfortable with that. Yes, I'd give him a shot of bone, but from there up, I like that calf awfully well. Young man steer we have in second, from his shoulders back, there's parts about him I absolutely love. He is fresh backed, he's opened up, he's powerful, he's big boned, he's all those things and checks a lot of boxes. I think you study this calf, and for me, at times, you know, he does maybe just get a little more mass through his lower shoulder and chest, and a little more upright in terms of the angle to his knee and shoulder. Not bad. That's where we would tweak on him. That's why that pair got placed that way. But I love him from his shoulder back. So we're getting there. Both good cattle. Pitch to which one you like. I think both them kids are sure going to make the sale, and deservedly so. That's a nice pair. Young man steer in third, another really good calf. He just drew up in a class where maybe I had one that I liked a little bit in terms of type and kind and structure, and one I liked a little bit better in terms of power. But you study this star-faced steer, you know, he's good in his neck set. He's smooth in his shoulder blade, feeds in good through his rib cage, structurally not too bad, wants to twist out a little bit up front. We would change him. We would like to level him up and square him up from his hook bone back through his pin set and just the way he comes at us from behind. I like his top shape. I would like to change his rump structure. The young lady's red and white calf, that calf sure balances up when we get him from the side. I think he's another one that's dead level in his top line. He's decent in terms of his neck. That calf has enough muscle up high. We'd change him up structurally as well. He wants to kind of throw those back too. I wish he'd just flex and reach and go a little more squarely on both ends. He does that. He maybe moves up in the lineup because we do like that back shape in him. The young lady's black and white steer. She does an exceptional job on the strap. This one for us, when he walked in, we thought, man, there's our guy. He is a good-looking rascal. He has that presence. He's one that catches your eye, you know, and one that's sound enough on his back wheels. Up front, he does toe up. The biggest thing on him, you love this view. You step in behind him, he needs to be powered up. And even when you get your hands on him, he doesn't meet you with quite that pop right in there in terms of his back and loin. We give him more muscle. He goes, definitely moves up in terms of real estate. Young man's black steer next. We find a calf there. Good looking. He's one that we like in terms of balance. He does a great job showing his way up in there. He's too straight in his hock. He's another one you give him a shot more, just substance all the way through. The red steer coming next in the lineup. I like this calf in terms of his bone, his muscle shape, and dimension. A little off in terms of balance. A little more opened up and deep through his shoulder, not quite as strong and straight in his lines. The black and white steer next in the lineup, really one that levels up good for us in terms of symmetry in his lines. Structurally not too bad. Gets a little plainer as you study him in terms of muscle shape to move up any higher in the class. Young lady's next steer, another calf you can appreciate for his muscle and power. Gets a little round for us, a little tighter in the way he handles his structure. Then the birthmark steer that wraps up the class. Good-looking rascal there that has some structural soundness and flexibility. Just needs to be powered up to make him tougher in this competitive group. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
In Class 2, first place went to Hayden Gully, Frio County 4-H. Second place, Parley Missildine, Marion FFA. Third place, Joseph Manganella, Prosper FFA. And fourth place, Casey Yanechka, Fayette County 4-H. Let's give these youngsters a round of applause. A great job here in our middleweight class of mains. And moving into the final class of mains, this is the heavyweight steers. There are 28 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 1304 to 1500 pounds. And once again, placing 4.
Well, this class is going to be really, really fun to work through. A lot of them hit us really hard on that initial pull, so we're excited to get in and get into this class. Some cattle that we've got on the rail, honestly, really, really nice, and definitely some pieces here that we really like. First few out, maybe just a little bit plain in terms of shape and body type. That Brockle face calf right there, he's just a little frail bone and a bit flat right there in his forerib, but he's nice. That's a stout rascal right there that my man's got there with the red and white one. His back leg and his hock and his rear ankle isn't quite good enough. I thought this steer was pretty nice. I thought his shape was pretty good. His structure just maybe wasn't quite 100. As we work on through maybe some cattle that get just a little bit plainer, and you have to have something in this class as they get deep, as they get really, really good. You've got to have that one initial impression in striking image or something that we can really gravitate towards. Those are really solid, good feeding cattle that get in a very tough class that maybe just don't have some extras. I thought this one was really fresh, and this young lady's done a great job getting him shown and fed and presented out here. He's a little bucked over up front, and he's just a little tight in his hock and his rear ankle. But that one, from a muscle shape standpoint, is where I like him. That's where Blake likes him. I thought that one, if you didn't have to walk him, I thought he was close. A couple of plainer cattle that maybe need just a shot more design and balance to them. A little one that's a little taller, harder flanked, and a little bit needs to be a little better hind-legged. And as we work on, I definitely thought some good cattle that we've got in here. Maybe one that's getting just a little staler, a little rolled up in his back, a little harder bodied, one that's got a great shape to him. That is one of the freshest, highest cutability cattle that we've got in here. Structure wasn't maybe up to par on some of these ones that we pulled in the middle. Another calf that's nice, it's big bodied, he's good feeding, just a bit plain in his shape and look. Again, a great class of them. Those young people have done a great job that just fell in a really deep set of cattle that you had to have one that was ultra, ultra good to make the pull in this class. So if you would, put your hands together for them as they work their way out. We are excited to work through these heavyweight mains, and it's going to be fun.
Attention steer exhibitors, last call for the first class of Charolais, lightweight Charolais. We need your steers to classification, please. Steer exhibitors, medium weight Charolais, Class 7 Charolais. You can start moving toward classification, please. Middleweight Charolais, be bringing your steers forward for classification, please. Steer exhibitors, TLMA is ready to be receiving your cattle. Again, all champions and reserves, along with all first place steers, will stay here in the barn. All other branded steers, after getting your picture, you can be taking those steers across the way to TLMA pens. If you have a non-placing steer that you would like to sell, they will accept those as well. And the floor price is $198.18 per hundredweight. Steer exhibitors, as you are taking your steers across the way to TLMA, you will exit this building through door G. Again, exit door G to go across the way to TLMA pens. Just a reminder to all steer exhibitors in the barn, as per General Rule number 24, all cable halters and prong chains are prohibited for all species. Again, all cable halters and prong chains are prohibited for the steers.
Well, folks, we definitely got into this last class of mains, and this is where the heat was. And we think, the top 4 cattle here are awfully good. 5, it goes way deep. We both felt very comfortable in our class winner. I think that's where we darn sure we're in agreement on. And second and third, we both saw the same way and just had to weigh it out what we wanted to do. But this steer that wins the class, that's the one that comes out here for me and just really puts a lot of upside together. He has as much genuine power and shape as anything out here. I think you get on top of him, you study him from hooks to pins down through his stifle. Compared to the 2 steers that follow him, he has as much power as any. That steer still proportions and balance is good enough for us. I think structurally he's certainly acceptable in the way he goes. He's not just the one that moves like Flojo, but I think he's certainly acceptable there. In terms of freshness, shape, and power, we like him awfully well. Talking about freshness, that comes into our decision here in second and third and just where they're at in the game. This young man's spotted steer, you got to look through his color to really study him and appreciate him. He's considerably fresher to the handle than this steer that we have coming in third, because you get your hands on him, he is smooth. He is one that ties in extremely well in terms of his neck into his shoulder, his crest there, the way it blends in him. Comes into a big rib cage. He's nice and full in his body. That calf is one that to us has enough dimension as you get in behind him. He's not quite as shapely as the steer that wins the class from hooks to pins and down low, but we sure like the structural soundness in him. We like the handle, the freshness, and just a little more youthful about his head than this steer in third. This steer in third, we're not going to lie, when he came in, thought maybe that was the one, because he is, not only is he a big guy in here, he's a powerhouse. He has plenty of muscle and dimension to him. Without a doubt, that's what you love about him. He is a calf that balances just fine in terms of proportion of weight, but when you start breaking some pieces down, he gets a little more mature and bigger in his head, not quite as fresh as you get over his loin and just the way it lays in him. Then we ask him to get out and go, and yes, he flexes and reaches. He wants to bow in his hock and get a little rope walk just a little bit maybe on those back two, and I don't want to throw too many rocks on him. That's a good steer, just maybe not 12 o'clock right now. He's probably more like 1. If he's 12, then it's a different ball game, but he's not today. We just thought those two steers better combine fresh shape, presence and structure to maybe get on up in there for us today. The steer in fourth, that's one of those calves, just a good practical steer. Big ribs, sound structured. This one has some dimension. He maybe doesn't have quite that gas on the profile in terms of just his chest floor, his lower shoulder, the way things tie into him. But when this young man gets him pulled together, you can appreciate that's a good solid steer. He's good in his freshness, he's good in his shape, and he gets there. The young lady's next calf coming, another one of those steers. I think this is an extremely good steer. He just maybe not primed in terms of just 12 o'clock today in terms of his handle and his freshness. This is a good balanced calf that's big bone, that's level lined. He's one that has all those going for him, catches your eye. We just like to see a shot more shape in him as we go on through. Young lady's calf next in the line, a steer I appreciate for having just a little more expression all the way through in terms of dimension. He's one that's big middled. We like the structure in terms of bone in him. This calf wants to break behind his shoulder and open up in his shoulder blade. We'd like to tie that into him just a little smoother. The next calf in the lineup's one of those, I think we talked about some that were maybe past their prime. This steer probably hasn't quite hit his yet, but you can tell that's good cattle. He's balanced, he's muscular, he's a little drier in his flank, not quite as neat, and just solid in the way he sets that back wheel down, and that's where we'd change him up. I think as we start running into this, the black and white steer's good on terms of balance. He's another one you'd freshen up and just give him just a little more pop and shape. Young lady's red and white steer coming out next. Really like the up-headed look, the smoothness, the bone work in him. He's another one just that needs to be powered up from his shoulder back. Young man's calf coming out next has plenty of muscle, a little rounder and coarser in his build. The red steer coming out next really straight in his lines. He's a neat neck steer that's attractive and sound. Just needs to have a little more dimension in running this class, and we find that in the two that wrap up the class. Let's give them a round of applause on a very competitive class.
And as we set our class for the championship drive, first place out of Class 1 was Rosalio Santoya from Carrizo Springs. Winning Class 2, Hayden Gully, Frio County, 4-H. And Class 3, first place went to Kenley Allen, Ellis County, 4-H. Out of Class 1, second place shown by Peyton Harbarth of Marion. Second place, Class 2, Parker Middlestein, Marion FFA. And Class 3, second place, Carbon Earhart, Lubbock County, 4-H.
Well, as we get out here for a breed champion, Maine, again, it's been a great breed show, and that last class was sure fun to sort through. I think as we get out here for a breed champion, really nice cattle out of each class. I mean, that lightweight, he's a cool looking cat that has some power and shape. You know, we get him out here, he's not going to be as massive as those heavyweights, and you might tweak on him here in just a little bit in terms of his joints, but that calf certainly has some merit. We got to the middleweight steer, and both those cattle were awfully nice. We chose the sounder option there in terms of this black and white calf, and I think he is holding together better in terms of his knee. That calf balances awfully well. He squares up good behind his shoulder. Might give him a shot of bone. Then we get to our heavyweight and just talked about him. You know, muscle expression, shape, balance, and proportion. One that sure has a lot of upside and freshness about him, along with that steer that followed him in class. Let's give these kids a round of applause. We'll go show you your two breed champions here in the main show.
And the champion 2025 main steer shown by Kenley Allen, Ellis County 4-H. We will now bring in the second place steer out of Class 3. That's Corbin Earhart to vie for reserve champion. And the reserve main shown by Corbin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H. And moving to the Charolais division, we'll have our first class here, the lightweights coming into the arena. This class has 25 entries, and they range in weight from 1,000 to 1,199. Again, in the Charolais, we'll be placing 5. Attention in the barn, Class 7, middleweight Charolais. We need your steers brought to the staging area for classification. Class 7, middleweight Charolais. We need your steers at classification, please.
Well, as these cattle were coming in, I was telling Blake, boy, the Charolais division is going to be fun because we've got a really good set of lightweight steers here in Class 1 to work through. Definitely think some calls on the rail that I thought were relatively close. And as we get into these lightweight divisions, there's kind of a fine balance between cattle that are maybe just a little short and wadded up and punchy, that have the right kind of power, that have the kind of stoutness that we're looking for, and maybe some of those cattle are a little quicker and maybe a little earlier in their maturity pattern than we're wanting, and then maybe some of them maybe just aren't 12 o'clock yet, and they come in just a little green and a little gangly. So I think there's kind of a fine line and a fine balance. We've got one of those that I was talking about that was real rolled up and stout, just a little punchy and a little rolled up in his back and doesn't move quite good enough. We've got another one that's right here that's just a little hard-bodied, a little straight from behind. I thought this calf was pretty nice here. If you change his hind leg, I think that calf makes the pull, because other than that, that calf's pretty nice. Another real solid calf, just needs a few more extras in terms of shape and balance. We've got some more coming along next that just needs some more density, some more stoutness. This calf's extra stout right here. His hind leg just wasn't good enough. We need to see his joints just a little cleaner. Here's another one that kind of like I was talking about, a big, tall, longer one that just needs a little more to him, one that's a little rounder in his build, a little bit plainer. Here's one that needs just a shot more body and a little more fill to his flank, because that guy's lower body balance just runs the opposite direction of what we want him. Here's a stout one, and I like this one's bone, and whenever he came in, I thought that one was going to be close just because he is big-footed, he is burly boned, and he's got some horsepower at the surface with that little cresty, just a little bit plain. I think this calf's nice looking, just a little tubey, a little tight in his structure as we work on down. Again, some cattle that have some value to them, some good. I like this calf's profile. We just need more bone, more feature, and more width in him whenever you get up on top of him. And then a couple calves that wind up our class that are just a little bit plainer in terms of their makeup and their shape. This is a good division. This is a very, very good class that we're excited to work through. Congratulations. Again, we've got a great crowd that's joining us here in San Antonio. If you would, for our lightweight Charolais exhibitors, as they hit the gate, let's pay them off, because that's all they're going to get today, but they did a heck of a job. Congratulations to them.
Steer exhibitors, Class 8 heavyweight Charolais can be moving to classification. Heavyweight Charolais, that is Class 8. You can be moving toward classification.
Well, folks, we get out in this class. What a fitting way to start off our Charlet show. Really good class. We were just talking about how deep it was, and some of these cattle that maybe even some of the ones that didn't make the pool still have some time to go ahead and mature and come on. Just wasn't there today because they're at a lighter weight yet, so we can keep the hammer down and hopefully for those kids that had to leave the ring or the ones that maybe didn't make the cell cut here. It comes together for them on down the road. But today, we felt like this young man's dark gray steer kind of got out here, and although not perfect, he's the one that really puts the most together. On the stand, I think he just wins the class running away in terms of one that combines a powerful look. You see it in his forearm. You read it through the rest of his body and back through his rump, and yet we stand off on the side. He balances, gives you a good look. Young man does a nice job on the lead as well. Structurally, we would just free him up a notch. And I would tell you, I think he's acceptable, and that's where we got to on him because he put together so many of the other big pieces. We can live with just a little more tightness at times as long as they still swing and try to get out there and flex and go. Now, the structural advantage there, this young lady's white calf, and I hope we're not doing her a disservice. She's making a sale here, which is good. But that calf is good, and he's the kind that has the build. We could keep feeding him for a long time, and I think you just get better. But even out here today, structurally very flexible, really reaches out and goes. That calf is just true and honest in his shape. But you can see what I'm seeing. He's just not quite as much there. In terms of finish, you study him in his heart and back through his flank, just a little on that greener side yet. Another one that, for me, if I'm going to tweak on him, I just tone him down in that crest to his neck a little bit. But on the go, really nice calf, high quality. She does a nice job with him. This young man in third, he gets there. This guy's a hustler. He shows and has worked his tail off, getting that calf's head up. You can see the extension in that calf's front end, and that's one of his strong attributes. Show that off. You bet the next set, this calf comes with enough power for us. He's one structurally. He does want to get out and just get a little forward in his knee and twist up front. If we could just loosen him up, correct him up there, he sure might see his way more towards the top of the class, but still merits getting up here and getting a brand. The young man steer next in lineup, a little bigger sheath kind of calf. I don't know if he would have classed otherwise, but still, that's a good, solid steer. Probably just as structurally true as anything out here. In terms of toes going square and forward, that calf flexes and reaches. He comes up. He's got a good shape through his center rib. He's nice and smooth in his top line. He's not quite as neat in terms of his throat and his chest as some, and have that wow factor when you get him on the side. But that's a good, solid calf. We think he needs to be up here. The young lady's steer here that is next in lineup, she does a nice job as well on the halter. That's a big ribbed calf that flexes and reaches pretty good. Not too, not great up front, but not bad. It still fits in him. Our big thing for him is from his hook bone back. We'd like to level him up from hooks to pins, stouten him up, and sure him up in the way he uses that hind leg on the travel. The next steer in the lineup's another one on the stand. We can appreciate the symmetry and the muscle shape. Just a little straight coming into the ground. Young man silver steer coming in. That's the one we pulled early, and that is a pretty rascal. He is attractive, but there's a reason why he's that pretty. He is smooth, and everything comes together. He is sound. You step in behind him. This guy caves in pretty bad behind his shoulder. He needs to be powered up if we're going to move him up the lineup. And then we run into some other cattle here in the lineup that got maybe pulled a little later. A real shapely calf coming out next. Another one we'd sure like to change him up from a structural standpoint. She does an awesome job getting him set up, getting his head up, and we like his proportion. Young man's gray steer next, a calf that's sound structured and deep-sided. Just gets a lot plain in terms of his read. Then the young lady steer that wraps up the class, and I'm going to go ahead and talk him. He has some awesome pieces. He is great in his next set. That calf is powerful as you could ask him to be. Unfortunately, when we get to his underline down, just two straight off both ends. Let's give them a big round of applause for their efforts out here today.
As we move into the middleweight class of the Charolais Steers, this class has 27 entries, ranging in weight from 1,200 to 1,360 pounds, and once again placing 5. And our placings for the lightweight class of Charolais, Class 6. First place went to Cannon Buckner, Ropes FFA. Second place, Cameron Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H. Third to Carson Peterson, Whitesboro FFA. Fourth place, Trip Crownover, Johnson City FFA. And fifth place, McKinley Harris, Seminole FFA.
Good way to work into our middleweight Charolais. We've got a pretty big weight spread here, and I think we're from 1,200 to 1,360, right around in there. Some really, really good cattle that are in here. Talked about kind of like the heavyweight main class that we talked about. I'll tell you what, if you've never raised one of these, let me tell you how hard it is. And these cattle that are along the ringside, they're still good and they've still got quality. And I promise you, there's been a lot of work and a lot of time put into this. I don't mind that calf. He's too necky, he's too plain, and he needs more body shape as we work on down. Again, this class is really deep. It's very, very good. And you've got to have one that's just extra, extra good to get out here to the middle. The couple cattle as we work on in the middle of the class kind of need some more balance. Here's a stout one, and I really like his muscle and I like his shape. And if you were just watching him stand still, I think he gets a pull. You watch him get in motion, hip and hind leg is going to limit you to out there, but his body shape and his muscle, it's what we're looking for. Structure, maybe not quite 100. Yellow steer, good looking, needs more punch. One that's got more punch that needs to be sounder in his structure. I didn't mind this calf right here. Thought he was practical. I thought he was an easy feeding calf. Again, maybe just a little short stepping from behind, and his hock and his rear ankle needs to be better, and he too needs a little bit of chest peeled out of him. There's a shapely calf, and that's another one that, in my opinion, was kind of close, just got a little cresty, a little roached up and rolled up in his tail head, and we need to see him just a bit better in his balance. Some cattle that maybe don't pattern up, one that needs to be better structured, a couple of them that get just a little bit plainer in terms of shape. We've got a tall, leggy one that needs more body and more dimension, and then a couple cattle that, again, just need more balance, need to be better in terms of their hip and their hind leg build as well as you watch those go. This is a fun class. It was a really fun class to watch them come in, and I knew about halfway through that class, I looked over at Blake and said, hey, we're going to have fun on this one. So we're looking forward to sorting the ones that are out in the middle. Congratulations to these young people that made the pull in a tough class, and congratulations to the ones that are making the lap. Again, if you would, pay them off, put your hands together for them as they work their way out.
Attention in the barn. Last call for Class 8 heavyweight Charolais. Last call for Class 8 Charolais heavyweights. We need you to bring your steer forward for classification, please. Steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 11 lightweight Simmental steers. You can be moving your steers up for classification. Again, first call, Class 11 lightweight Simmental steers. Be moving up toward classification.
Well, folks, we get out in this class in the Charlet show. Spencer and I both really like this calf when he hit the gate. He's one that grabbed our attention and just kind of continued to surface for us as we looked at these cattle and broke them down. I think as you study him, and we like both these cattle that we lead off with, but you study the steer that leads off. I think a couple of places I think he excels. We ask him to lead out, and that's really where he excels. Really about everything left out here in the class in terms of just structure, getting out and going, but he combines that with so much more. Got a nice neck set, a good presence to him. He's full in his rib cage, has enough muscle to complement that, and just puts together a lot of upside. For us, the dark gray steer in second, we like the boldness he has through his center cage, the dimension from behind. He's a notch rounder in terms of his shoulder and back through his hip, not quite as maybe just stretchy and attractive as that steer that leads off, but still good, solid cattle. Again, structure not 100, but it's darn sure good enough to get him up here in the second hole for us today. From there, 3 and 4 was a close decision. Young lady steer we have in third, really impressed when you get your hands on him. He's probably as fresh-backed and just shapely as any of the cattle in the class. We love the way he opens up, the power he has back through his hip. This is a clean neck steer that when he does relax for and gets his head up, you can appreciate his balance. At times he wants to stand kind of propped out on those front two, and that kept kind of bugging me. But when she asked him to lead, he actually flexes and breaks over like he should and moves out. But again, a good solid calf there. We would change him a little bit in that front leg assembly. The steer right behind him, I got to hand it to this young lady. You hustled your way up here and just showed hard all the way through. From her shoulders back, yeah, give her a round of applause. I mean, this is a powerful rascal. He's big and full in his rib cage. He's nice in his round, his hind leg. You can see in his shoulder just a little more forward there in his shoulder, and his knee wants to twist out up front and just get a little jammed up. That's where you'd change him up. But props to you on showing the absolute best out of him and getting yourself a brand. The young man next in the lineup, just a good practical calf. He's big-ribbed. He's sound structured. He's one that proportions okay in terms of balance. Doesn't have that wow factor to him. Whether it's on the side, we'd sure tune him up through that front end and give him just a shot more shape if we're going to make him climb in a class. We run into a pair of steers here next that I like. Both those steers awfully well, but still yet, even relative to their weight, a little green yet in condition, but both calves that have some look, have some muscle shape and power to them, just a little drier in terms of their foreribs and flank, not quite as much mellowness when we get our hands on them. The next steer in the lineup, another steer you can appreciate for being a heavy bone calf, got a nice shape to his round for us, gets a little plain through that front third of his body, a little deeper through his chest. Another one, I can live with some of that front end. I just wish he had a notch more shape when you get right in behind his shoulder. Then we run into 3 cattle that wrapped up to the class that I think all 3 of those steers have some presence and quality to them. Maybe not quite that overall dimension as you get in behind them. Those last 2 steers are both steers I'd like to see just a little further along, a little fuller in terms of their body if we're going to bump them up any higher. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
With the heavyweight class of the Charlet steers entering the show ring now. This is Class 8. There are 28 head in this class, ranging in weight from 1361 to 1500. And the placings in the middleweight class of Charolais, first place went to Molly McInnes of Clayburgh County 4-H. Second place, Mary Freeman, Bandera County 4-H. Third place, Allie Thane of Guadalupe County 4-H. Fourth place, Peyton Turner, Travis County 4-H. And fifth place, Clayton Diebel, Victoria County 4-H. Attention in the barn, lightweight class, class 11 of Simmentals. We need you to bring your steers forward to classification. Again, Simmental, class 11, lightweight steers. We need your steer brought forward for classification.
fun class to work through here. I'll tell you what, if you're going to be here at the Heavyweight Charolais in San Antonio, you better bring you a hammer, because we've got some out here that are good, and it's going to be really, really exciting to work through. Some cattle, I kind of echo what I said on that last class in our middleweight Charolais. Hey, these guys are good out on the side of the ring. We got some good cattle out here. Blake's going to pull a couple of them. There's just a few things maybe that just weren't quite as elite as these ones that are out here in the center. Here's a real solid calf, my man. He just needs a better back foot, and he needs more shape up top. And as we work on down, I'd like to change the design of this calf's shoulder build in his heart and his forerib and his flank, and he needs a shot more bone. But I did think those two cattle were pretty nice. We get into some cattle that are getting just a little steep shouldered, maybe not quite as sound whenever you study those things in motion. I think both of those cattle right there can be lumped into that. Here's one that's just a little more rigid down his top line, big tall tail head in him, maybe not quite the hind leg or the stifle shape whenever you get right in behind him. Here's a calf that is really nice from a composition standpoint. That is a heavyweight, very muscular steer that is very appropriately finished. In this class, you've got to be more than fundamental to make it into the center of the ring, and he gets too plain. Here's a calf that's just a little steep and a little straight from behind and doesn't sit down quite good enough in his rear ankle. I was telling Blake whenever this calf came in, that thing is going to be, if he's not going to be a yield grade 1, he is going to be close, because you talk about one that is bubbly backed and awesome shaped and awesome in the turn from his quarter through his lower quarter and stifle just not quite sound enough. I thought that calf was pretty solid. You've done a good job feeding that steer. His hip and his hind leg just didn't hang in quite for you. Here's one that's a little staler in terms of his makeup, but I think 30, 45 days ago, that calf would have been close to making the cut. This steer needs more balance. This one needs to be better in his hip structure. That one needs more body, and he's a little rigid from behind. I like that calf's body. His hind leg kind of limits him to the outside of the ring instead of the inside middle here. Here's a calf that just doesn't come off quite stout enough, but I do think awesome class to work through. We're going to have fun, and if you're tuning in ringside or online, I'd be watching this class, because it's going to be really good up top. Congratulations to the ones that made the pull. Would not have been easy. Congratulations to the ones that are out along the ringside that are hitting the gate there that made this class so deep and competitive. Nice job to them. If you would continue to put your hands together for them as they work their way out.
Steer exhibitors, Simmental division, we are looking for class 12. That's the middleweight Simmentals can be coming forward to classification. Again, class 12 Simmentals be bringing your steers forward for classification.
Well, as we get out in this class, and Spencer mentioned this earlier, I mean, man, what a class. We knew was going to be this kind of heat. We didn't know when we'd run into it. But we definitely got into it in this heavyweight class in the Charolais show, and really pleased with these cattle all the way through. I mean, the steer we pulled last in this group is still a darn nice steer. So we get into these top two, and honestly, it's just the top one for us. I mean, that one came out, and when he hit the ring, I'm like, I don't know what else is coming, but to quote my old judging coach McPeak, that dog will hunt. That one hit us extremely good, and from the ground up. We could talk about all these little pieces, but his feet going on up with his structure, he just gets more impressive. And then you get your hands on him and handles with as much just fresh shape and dimension as you could ask for. As we turn him to the side, proportions, balances, maybe doesn't hook in as strong behind his shoulders and one in second, but that's like throwing a rock at one that I really, really like. Great job, sweetie, and good luck with him. That's a good one. From there, second, third, and fourth gets a little more interesting. This yellow steer that we have in second, from his underline up, that's where he needs to be because he is bold in his shape. He's another one that's fresher in his handle, better behind his shoulder than the steer in third. He's one that's long and extended. I think everything hooks up okay. As we come to the ground, structurally, he flexes. He's good in his joints. He needs to be bigger legged. We would just like to stouten up his leg and his bone work to match up with that body shape. We do that. That conversation starts getting interesting. But out here today, that's where we would tune on him. The steer in third, there's a parts about him that we absolutely love. I mean, he is jack-necked. He is one that has a big old quarter and hip in him. Love that part about him. We would like to freshen him up, and you can see it even from the side. Right in behind this blade, that steer to us just handles a little harsher, a little stellar, if you will. We would like to, and stell, I should say, more stell, not stellar, more stell. We would like to freshen him up right there. We come on down, takes a long stride, has that extra cushion at his pastern to compensate for being just a little straighter in his hock. We would just like to smooth him up in terms of his shoulder, his knee, and his hock. We do that. There's awesome pieces in there. Young man shows the wheels off that calf, and I appreciate that hustle. Young lady steering fourth, standing here right now. He's another one. He's in contention maybe to bump up a little bit in the lineup because he's another one we love in terms of his handle. We love in terms of proportion. He has good weight distribution there. He's sound up front. Where you'd change him is when we ask him to go, he wants to pull up that loin, drop his pins, just move a little awkward in the way he sets that hind one down. If we could just strengthen him up, square him up, and sure him up in the way he handles his hip and his hind leg, this calf climbs the class. That's a good calf as well. The young lady steer coming out next, in terms of just genuine muscle shape and power, you can't ask for one to have much more. He is bold-backed. He is big-rumped. He is shapely. He is really good in those regards. And for that kind of power, still steps okay, but you can see a little more openness and coarseness about his shoulder, a little rounder back through his hip. We'd like to smooth him up in his kind, stretch him up through his front end, but love the quality in him, and with that power to us just kept him up in that group. The young man's orange steer coming out next. Not a bad calf from his shoulder back, big ribbed, sound structured, has some dimension to him. Just one of those maybe doesn't overwhelm you. Gets just a notch wastier through his chest. Front end not quite as attractive, and his shoulder and his neck set there to give him that wow factor to climb this class, but there's a lot of good in that calf, and he does a nice job presenting him. We come on down the lineup and run into a couple of calves here. Both calves we like for their attractiveness on the profile. We would like to see just a little more pop and shape in them to move them up any higher in the class. The young lady steer leading out now. He is big-hipped. He is very flexible for the kind of power he has, but he's one that gets a little shallower and tighter in his rib cage. We'd like to soften him up there and smooth him up in his shoulder. Little guy with the orange calf on the corner. Awesome job showing. He showed his way up into this group. That's a big ribbed, easy feeding kind of a calf, and surprising us for, that calf does want to get a little short step and a little rounder through his hip. Then we've got the three cattle that wrap up the class. We like for their look and their quality, just ones to accommodate maybe a little more frame. We wish they had just a little more punch and power to get up a little higher. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
And as we set our class for the championship drive of the Charolais division, out of the lightweight class, first place was shown by Cannon Buckner, Rope FFA. Medium weight, first place went to Molly McInnes, Clayburgh County 4-H. And first place in the heavyweights, Aniston Floyd, Denver City. In Class 1, the lightweight, second place shown by Cameron Kaufman of Guadalupe County 4-H. Second place in the middleweights, shown by Mary Freeman, Bandera County 4-H. And in heavyweight class, second place shown by Jeff Hale of Miami FFA.
Well, folks, we get out here in our Charolais drive, and, we were amped up as soon as we started the Charolais show and kept going, and not saying we haven't seen really good cattle prior to, but, we get in here and we expect it to be a little more heat, and we certainly got there as weights progressed in this particular group. Our lightweight steer, pound for pound, that calf's impressive for his weight. I mean, that one is, for his size, you can ask for one to have much more true power. I think he's still, that young man gets the stick on him and gets him looking the part, balances, and has a presence about him, and just one that's impressive there. Young lady's middleweight steer, that calf is really impressive to us when you ask him to get out and go. He flexes and reaches and goes as good as anything out here. Along with that, a really good fronted calf that has some true power and shape, has some fullness in his rib cage. Is he as dimensional as maybe the calves on either side of him? I don't know if he is, but he's sure a nice calf there that merits being out here in this lineup. Then our heavyweight, I just talked to him and didn't want to show my cards too much, but that one hits us awfully good. And it starts at the ground. We come on up from there, just puts together so much upside. We really like the positives in him. Let's give these guys a round of applause. We'll go show you our breeding reserve breed champion.
And the champion Charolais steer 2025, shown by Aniston Floyd, Denver City. We'll bring in the second place steer out of the heavyweights, Jet Hale of Miami FFA. And he will be the reserve of 2025. Again, champion shown by Aniston Floyd, reserve shown by Jet Hale. And Mr. Bill and Miss Ray Arlett, for many years, have been great supporters of the San Antonio Livestock Exposition. They are from the Arlett Ranch out of Poteet, and they have for years presented a buckle to the champion Charolais. Thank you, folks, for sponsoring the buckle, and congratulations to Aniston Floyd. And as we get prepared to move into the Simmental division here, I'll let everyone know that we are going to take a short lunch break, 30 minutes, at the end of the Simmental division. Again, 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the Simmental division. As we move our first class, the lightweight class of the Simmentals, into the show ring here, this particular class has 14 entries, and they will range in weight from 1,000 to 1,215 pounds, and we will be placing 4. Attention in the barn, Class 12, middleweight Simmentals. We need your steers brought forward for classification. Again, middleweight Simmentals, Class 12. We need your steers to classification, please.
Well, through our first 2 breeds this morning, it's been really, really good. And as we get going here in our Simmentals, looks like it's going to be good too. Because another good class that we start off with here in our lightweight division, maybe not as many numbers as we've seen in a couple of the other classes in these divisions, but still quality top end is very, very good, and I promise it still takes a very nice one to make the pull. We got one up front that needs to be just a little bit better in his hip and his hind leg. Another one that just doesn't have enough rib cage and center body. Young man's got one that's got some quality that he's done a good job with. He's fresh-hided. He's clean. You've done a nice job with him at home. He needs to show just a little better for you, and he needs more power. He needs more dimension. He needs more barrel. He needs more stoutness of bone work. Here's one that's very muscular. We just need to change him in terms of his feet and leg structure, and then a set of cattle that we just need to power up a bit in terms of getting them out here towards the middle. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Nice class of them to start off with in our lightweight Simmental division. If you would, let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate those young people on their day here at San Antonio.
Attention in the barn. Heavyweight class of semis, that is B class 13, be moving forward toward classification. Again, the heavyweight class of Simmentals, that is class 13, be bringing your steers forward for classification. And a reminder, there will be a 30-minute lunch break at the completion of the Simmental division. Attention in the barn, heavyweight class Simmentals, that is class 13. You need your steers coming forward for classification. Again, class 13, heavyweight Simmentals, be bringing your steers forward, please.
Well, as we kick off the Simmental show, really nice steer that leads off. We were darn sure happy to see him hit the gate and thought, man, if something turns him, they're going to be pretty nice. We thought that steer led off and gets out here, and you study him. And again, a calf that doesn't weigh a ton yet in our lightweights, but I think what you see is what you get, and we like what we see. He's one that comes at us with some width in his chest floor, some spring through his center body, and he has that cage laid there with muscle on top and certainly thick as you get in behind him. Has that nice look from the side. I think everything's proportional, plenty sound enough on his feet and legs. Just a lot of good in that calf here, and gets up here to the top pretty quick. From there, we thought second and third was a little tighter. Young man steer in second, a little more the same kind of just readiness in terms of market and finish. He's a big rib calf. He's sound structured. He's smooth jointed. Got a nice balanced look. We like that extra freshness he has through his center body. If anything, we're right there knocking on the door of pushing too much finish. Bud, you did a great job feeding him, but we maybe got him just a nickel juicy, but you still fed him to his to make him look his best, and we appreciate that. But the extra boldness he has to that center rib gives him the edge over the young man's Red Baldy in third. This Red Baldy, again, that's a good lightweight calf that I think best days are coming, even though I know this is terminal, but he's one even 30 days from now, I think would look even better because he is a sound structured calf. He's one that has a good shape up top, a little dry yet in terms of his flank. We'd like to give him a shot more bone to match up with his muscle design. Young man's black baldy steer gets there in 4th and 5th. We thought muscle was a push on those two cattle, but the fact that he comes to the ring with extra soundness and flexibility, I think he's one that ties together just a little smoother from end to end. He got the edge for us today. The young man steer in 5th. Again, from his underline up, we like a lot of things about this calf. He's big backed, he's big ended, he's a calf that handles pretty solid in terms of finish. However, he gets a little coarse in his overall build, a little straight in the way he handles his hock pastern and knee there. We'd like to just see him get out and go with more freedom. Young man's yellow baldy, look down there, another really nice calf. Just, again, not ready enough in terms of finish. Nice up-headed look. That calf has some thickness back through his hip. We need to open him up in his full rib and just see more fullness and overall dimension. Then we have the calf that wraps up the class. We like the calf's length, his soundness. Young lady does a nice job on the halter with him. He gets a little shallow twist and a little tighter in his rib cage. We'd like to open him up a notch to move him up any higher in the class. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Moving to the middleweight class of the Simmental division. This is a class with 14 entries, ranging in weight from 1216 to 1397. And once again, we'll be placing 4.
as we work deeper here in our Simmental division. And again, we've got quite a bit of weight spread in here, but again, a good set of cattle that we've got, and the ones that we're going to dismiss along the ringside. Really, there's not a real bad calf in here for sure, and each one of them have some positives to them. We've got a kind of a string of cattle that need more muscle, that need more power, that need more shape whenever you get up on them. Here's a calf that's got a little more shape than the ones that go out ahead of him. He's just not built quite as good from the side, and we need to balance him up. I thought this calf, whenever he came in, probably had the body type, the mass, the muscle, the dimension that we gravitate towards, but you watch him go, he's just not going quite good enough. If this calf is moving in terms of his hip and his hind leg design, he gets pulled easy, but today he's not, and he's got to be sounder. The one that we're going to, that's at the end of the line there, big bodied, just a little too plain and plain in his shape. But a good class of them here in our middleweight Simmental division. Congratulations to those young people on making it here to San Antonio and making this an awesome middleweight class. If you would, let's congratulate them as they work their way out. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Attention in the barn. Class 13 heavyweight Simmentals. We're missing one steer for classification. Again, Simmental Class 13 heavyweights. We're missing one steer coming forward for classification. We need your steer forward immediately.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, as we get out in this class, the Simmentals, we rolled out and never thought about maybe starting with anything but the calf we lead off with. We think the young Manziel, the Baldy steer, comes out here, and that one to us is just quality, and there's enough power to go with it. You get him stopped. He's got that nice look. Everything's extended, ties together quite well. Structurally, I think he's sure sound enough in the way he goes. In terms of muscle and power, he's got enough. He doesn't overwhelm you. But still comes out full and fresh there in terms of the backside of his blade. And yet the steer in second may have just a shot more width here and there, but he don't have that look. He doesn't have that freedom of movement. We really like that steer to lead off with. The steer in second and third, there's some trade-offs in the cattle, but the steer in second, from his shoulder back, we just think he has a distinct advantage being a bolder middle, bigger backed one. To us, handles what's more appropriate in terms of finish and freshness there. He comes full back through his hip. He's sound enough on his feet and legs. You know what he's not? He's not as long and goosenecked as this steer in third. He gets a little shorter there from his ear back to his shoulder blade. Not quite as neat in his lower shoulder in the way it ties, but we like his extra mass, his extra freshness, and dimension all the way through. The young lady in third, you do. If you're just front end judging, hey, this is your cat, you hang your hat on him because he is long necked, he is up headed. I like the levelness in his top line. This calf is pretty big in terms of his upper hip, and we can appreciate that. Places we would change him. You study him in behind his shoulder. He wants to pinch and flatten up a little bit. He gets a little shallower twisted. We just like to open him up a notch all the way through, give him a shot more finish there if I'm going to bump him up higher in the class. The young lady steer coming out next. I like this calf from his underline up. A good spring of rib and a good amount of muscle on top of that rib cage and dimension out back. This calf wants to maybe just get a little more opened up in the way he ties his shoulder there. Not quite as neat there in the way he comes to the ground. He could move a nickel freer when he gets out on the go. The young lady's red Montface steer coming out next. Another calf I appreciate. excuse me, for the muscle shape that he's carrying out here, the levelness of the top line. He's one for us, wants to get just shallowed up a little bit through that rear rib and flank, but one that, again, needs to get up here because he has some muscle shape. Young man's red baldy cap, big top, thick-ended, a little straight in the way he comes to the ground. His knee and hock doesn't tie together quite as neatly there. And then the black baldy, another one that of that group had some freshness up high, had some shape over his top, just gets a little off in terms of his profile, not quite as neat in his lines or square in the way he goes. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Moving to the final class of Simmentals, it's the heavyweights. There are 15 entries in this class. They will range in weight from 1398 to 1500. And in the middleweight class of Simmentals, first place went to Grant Schilling, Slayton FFA. Second place, Kenley Brock, Briscoe County 4-H. Third place to Raylan Thomas, Callahan FFA, Cal Allen FFA, I'm sorry. And fourth place, Taylor Simpson, Brown County 4-H. Let's give these youngsters a round of applause. A great job in our middleweight class of Simmentals.
as we work into our heavyweight scimitar class that we've got here. I think we're right around 14 to 1500 on the weights that they turned in, and Blake and I were talking about it earlier, just kind of where we sit on weight and is where we're kind of on that today. Just get them looking right. These cattle, if they're going to be heavyweight and they fit their weight and they're still fresh, that doesn't scare us at all. If they fit and they're in one of the middleweight or lighter weight classes and they fit their weight and they're fresh, that's fine. Just get them looking the part, get them looking right. We care more about if they're good rather than what they weigh. I think here in this class, maybe we're getting just a little past 12 o'clock on some of these. I think that's kind of the thing with the steer up front. Good calf. He's sound. He's big body. That's a good feeding kind of steer. Gets just a little plain in his shape, a little more mature up front. Same thing with the calf right in behind him. We need to see him just a little bit fresher in terms of his shape and his handle quality. That steer needs more bone in relation to his weight and his body mass, and he needs a better hind leg on him. I thought this steer was really nice in terms of freshness and look, and you've done a really nice job taking care of him at home. He is fresh-hided, and I want to commend you for that, because whenever these cattle come in here and they hit that gate and they are fresh-hided and they look the part, it draws you into them. Now, past that, he needs more of everything in terms of foot size and bone. He needs to be just a little bit sounder, but I do want to commend you on doing a nice job at home with him and a good job with showmanship. Just need a little stouter calf to run with here in this class. As we work into these pair of steers that are right in behind him, this one gets a little stale in his look, a little stale in his shape. Same thing with the one that's coming right in behind him. That calf's more mature, and he needs to be better in his balance. And then another steer that needs just a shot more muscle in relation to his frame size to go ahead and balance up just right, and probably could move just a shade better as well. This is a good class of them. The young lady that's going to go ahead and roll out here at the end of the lineup just needs a calf that can get around this ring and boogie around just a little bit better to go ahead and make the pull. Thought a good class of them. Be fun to work through. Congratulations to these exhibitors that made it to the top end of a good class, and congratulations to the one that went ahead and worked their way out on making this a very deep and competitive heavyweight scimitar class. You bet. Let's put our hands together for them as they work their way out. Nice job.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, as we get out here in our heavyweight class in the Simmental show, these top two steers, we thought there was some trade-offs, some give and take in the cattle. We went back and forth on those two, and really, when it's all said and done, we thought at the end of the day, the steer we lead off with has some advantages when you get him on the profile. I think he's one that has that advantage in terms of just neatness of neck, chest, shoulder, the way it comes into his body. He's smooth in his top line. And he is a big-hipped rascal that has some dimensions you get out back. In terms of handle, enough power there through his center rib. Structurally, certainly acceptable in the way he goes. Probably just moves a little freer up front. On his back, too, at times he will duck his pins a little bit, and that's where you might tweak on him. The young lady steering second, we love the freshness in this calf. Big back, big middled. He's thick-made. He's a calf you can appreciate there. With that, though, just maybe not a little deeper there in his shoulder and his chest. Not quite as neat in terms of his hip set, but an awfully good steer there. Those two need to be up here at the top end for us. From there, 3 and 4, good cattle. If we could just cut them off their underlines and go up, they might get to the top of the class. This young man, Spotted Steer, I love the back in this guy. He is huge topped. He's big hipped. Handles with a ton of power. He's one that proportions pretty good in terms of balance, but you guys can see it from the stands on his front too. Really wants to toe out up front, get a little forward in that knee. If we change him up there, it's a different ball game, but we can't. That's the way it is today. The young lady steer we have in fourth. This steer has some of those out there pieces. I mean, he is one that's long-sided, really extended in his neck. Super wide. You get him behind him, he's probably as wide right there through the center part of his quarter as any of them. Plants a nice, attractive hip and hind leg, but again, he's got a lot of them same front leg issues, really toes out up front, pushes forward. We would like to freshen him up in terms of just right in there behind his blade and the way he handles. The young lady's yellow baldy steer, this little gal, I don't know who your parents are, but they got to be proud of you, and they got to be excited because you're a good showman today, and I have a feeling You're going to continue to get better and better. Great job, sweetheart. She showed her way up in this big old calf. You know, she does as good as she can getting his old head up, and you got to just take that in consideration. That is a calf that's sound enough on his feet and legs, has some dimension out back. He don't have quite that power and pop right in behind his shoulders, some of the other ones, and he does get a nickel planer front end. But what a showman there. Actually, both these young ladies do an awesome job. Young lady with the red and white steer, clean neck steer, a calf that's powerful up high, just a little piecey in terms of the way he blends, a little more opened up in his shoulder, a little rounder back through his hip. I'd like to see him travel with just a little more squareness and trueness on those hind two. Then the calf that wraps up the class. This is a big ribbed one here that sure has some dimension to him. Just for us, gets a little more opened up in his shoulder. Not quite as long and level from hooks to pins as we'd prefer, but one that we can appreciate. She's done a good job with the feed bucket on him, getting some power and shape in him, just a little round. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
And in the heavyweight class of Simmentals, first place went to Emily Morgan, Lake Creek FFA. Second place, Scarlett Akins, Plainview FFA. Third place, Brady Scarborough, Orange Grove FFA. And fourth place, Bailey Gilliland, Lindale FFA. Let's give these youngsters a round of applause. And as we set our championship drive in the Simmental division, first place in Class 1, Lydia Brown, Ellis County 4-H. Class 2, first place shown by Grant Schilling, Slayton FFA. And Class 3 was won by Emily Morgan, Lake Creek FFA. Out of the lightweight class, second place was shown by Camden Newman, Callahan County 4-H. Second place in middleweight class, Kinley Brock, Briscoe FFA. And Class 3, second place, Scarlett Akins, Plainview FFA.
Well, as we get in here and to our breed champion Simmental, it's been a lot of fun going through this to this point in the day, and we still got a lot of show left. But excited about the cattle we've got to see. The lightweight steer comes out here, and he just blew the doors off that lightweight class, and we were happy to see him walk through the gate. Again, per pound of body weight, impressive in terms of his muscularity, his freshness. Steer there that balances pretty good. Maybe not quite as just extended in some spots, like gets a little shorter hip and a little rounder, but good cattle there. And again, relative to his weight, you're impressed with him. Our middleweight comes out here, and he's a middleweight, but he's a 1,397-pound middleweight, and that calf's good. He's one that hits us and hit us really well in terms of that class, in terms of just sheer quality. He's got a pretty look to him. He's sound structured. He has enough power to go with that. You know, if we're just flat out measuring them, there's cattle out here with maybe more rump and more top, but I think they're sure enough there, and he's one we really, really like, not only on the stand, but when the young man leads him out. The heavyweight rolls out, and again, we just talked that class, that calf of that pair of good steers in that class. He's the one we thought was just a little neater looking, a little neater in his neck set. We liked him in terms of the power back through his hip. He's one, as you look at him on the stand, we like him. When he gets out and goes, he wants to drop his pin just a little bit, but that's being picky on a calf that has some flex. Again, he's on the other end. He's up there, 1498, I believe, is what he weighed, and and still has a nice look to him. He's kept enough fresh shape. So again, a tough decision here. We thought it was close, but also felt good about what we're going to do. Let's give our Simmental exhibitors a big round of applause. We'll show you our two breed champions.
Champion Simmental 2025, shown by Grant Schilling, Slayton FFA. We will bring in Kenley Brock, second place out of the middleweight, to vie for reserve. And the reserve champion shown by Emily Morgan, Lake Creek FFA. And again, we will here in the show ring be taking a 30-minute lunch break. But in the meantime, if I could have Class 1 lightweight Simmentals can be moving toward classification. Again, Simbros, Class 16 lightweights. You can be bringing your steer.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Attention steer exhibitors, middleweight, class 13 Cimbras. You can be moving toward classification. Class 13 Cimbras, excuse me. Class 17 Cimbras. You can be moving forward for classification. Class 17 middleweight Cimbras. Be moving toward classification, please. Steer exhibitors, we are needing steers from Class 17 middleweight Cimbras brought to the staging area for classification, please. Cimbra steers, Class 17. We need to steers come forward for classification. Once again, our judge for the Junior Steer Show is Mr. Blake Nelson, coming to us from Platte City, Missouri, and assisting him is Mr. Spencer Scotton. And in this lightweight class of Cimbra steers, we have 24 entries. They will range in weight from 1,000 to 1,199 pounds. Again, 24 entries, and we are placing 3. A reminder to steer exhibitors, as you have completed showing here in the ring, we will have all champion and reserve champion, and all first place steers will stay here in the barn. All other branded steers are to go across the way to the TLMA pens. Be sure and take your disposition card with you when you take your steer across. And should you have a non-placing steer that you would like to sell, you can also take those to the TLMA pens. The floor price is $198.18 per hundredweight. And again, be sure and take your disposition card with you.
Well, a couple things here as we get back after lunch and get started off. A couple things. If you ever have the chance to judge at the San Antonio Livestock Show, I urge you to do it. Obviously, we've seen some great cattle today, but our superintendents and everything behind the scenes, there is nowhere that has a better lunch than right here in San Antonio as far as a show judge. So I appreciate that. And as we get started back, we've got a good class of them. And obviously, we pulled a slew of these calves because they are very, very nice. And I think the depth and quality here in this class is very good. Some close calls that we've got definitely along the rail that we've got out here. I thought Blake and I were talking, this one's close here. We just need to see his flank line just a little bit better. He wants to roll up in his top and his hind legs, not quite as good. Some plainer cattle in terms of their look and design. We've got a couple that from a structure standpoint, these two brindle calves right here that are rolling in next. I like those cattle in terms of power. We just need to see them a little sounder in regard to their structure as we work through this class. Again, some close calls, like I talked about. Maybe some of these cattle need to balance up just a little bit better. I like the structure and I like the look of that young man's black steer, that light black steer that he's got right there. Just needs more punch and needs more width to him, but from the side, he's not bad. The neat colored calf that's coming out right here, second from the end, that's another one that's got some shape and he's got some spread whenever you get up on top of these cattle. Needs to handle his top line and he needs to handle his hind leg just a shade better to go ahead and make the pull here in a deep class. But congratulations to those young people having us a great start off and kicking us off right this afternoon in our ear division. Congratulations to the ones that made the pull. Nice job to them. You bet. Keep a round of applause going for them as they work their way out.
Steer exhibitors, Class 18, heavyweight Cimbras. You can be moving to classification. Class 18, heavyweight Cimbras. Let's be bringing your steers forward, please.
Well, as we get started off in our Simbra show, and to echo what Spencer said, we really appreciate the hospitality of the entire crew here at San Antonio, and we're just getting started with the week, but it's second to none. And we get out here and get kicked back here on the show. Young lady's yellow paint calf. This one came in, and as soon as he came in, we're like, man, that's sure a nice one. If something's going to turn him, it's going to be awfully good. This steer comes out here, and of some of these cattle in the lineup, he combines look with worlds of power and does it in still a very acceptable structural base in the way he gets out and goes. But in terms of just power and shape and robustness, he definitely has an edge there over the steer in second, and he's still better looking than the steer in third. So he just puts a lot of pluses for us together and holds himself together pretty good. You know, he's starting to just the degree of fatness and the kind of cattle you're seeing a little udder there, and we joked about that. But again, that's just showing he has some finish and feel and is where he needs to be in terms of market readiness. The young man's brindle calf, on the stand, I think he rivals him. This is a good-looking rascal. I mean, the way his neck ties into his shoulder, comes in his top line. I like the levelness, the symmetry he has. This calf with that, I think, has enough power. What he doesn't have, he doesn't come to the ground with quite as much bone or flexibility as our class winner, but on the stand, we really like that calf, and we gave him the edge over the steer in third because of that added look and smoothness he's carrying. Young lady steer in third, she does an awesome job showing the wheels off this guy, and that got you a sale spot. I appreciate that, the hustle, but this is a big rib, thick-made kind of a rascal. We love that muscle and dimension, and with that, you know, still flexes and reaches, but as soon as she leads him out, you'll see he wants to drop his pin, just get rounder built off both ends. That's where you'd change him up, but she does an awesome job getting the most out of that calf, and certainly merits being up in here. The young lady's paint steering fourth. When we first saw him come in on the side view, we're like, man, could be a guy, and he is one from the side. We love the look, the balance he blends together. He's a big bone calf. He's sound enough on his feet and legs. However, you step in behind him, that's where you change him up. He's got to be opened up more in terms of his top and his rump to compete with that top trio for us, but on the profile, and she does a nice job on the strap getting him looking his best. Young man's red baldy steer coming next. This calf is another one of those, you know, maybe a little coarser in his build in terms of his shoulder and his joints. However, that's a good-looking calf that has some genuine muscle shape. We appreciate all those things about him, but we would smooth him up in those spots I pointed out, and just like to see him get out a little freer on them back two on a square foot and the way he sets them down. The next steer coming out, a little more of a meat and potatoes kind of calf. He's a big rib calf that sure has some muscle. For us, not quite as neatly balanced, a little deeper up through his chest and shoulder, not quite as extended and neat over his crest and back through his hip. The brindle calf next on the stands, one you can appreciate his look. His profile just comes to the ground a little straighter than ideal. The next black calf, we love the power in this guy. This is a big-backed rascal that's thick-made. However, he's just a little off in terms of balance. He's deep and heavy up through his front end, not quite as neat in the way he needs to travel. The young lady's red stock-legged steer on the stand, man, you can dig this calf. That is a quality animal in terms of look, in terms of muscle shape and presentation. Unfortunately, when we ask him to go, he really struggles out of his hock and hind leg, gets a little too straight in those joints and stiff in terms of his movement. The young lady's black star-faced calf, you appreciate the profile, the freshness, the handle he has. You know, he's obviously he's got enough sheath that he classed, but it throws his balance off and takes away some there, and that's where we tidy him up and give him a shot more muscle down low. Then we run into three cattle down here that we like some pieces and parts about. Maybe give it some in terms of balance on the black steer, in terms of body and readiness on the yellow, and then the brindle that wraps up the class just needs to move out better for us. Let's give those kids a round of applause on a good class.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Entering the show ring now is the middleweight class of Cimbras. This is a class with 14 entries, ranging in weight from 1,200 to 1,291 pounds. Again, we'll be placing 3.
Well, it's certainly fun to look at these eared cattle, and I do want to commend the breeders down here just on the depth, the quality, and how good, top to bottom, that you all have gotten these eared influence cattle down here. Another really good class of them as we work into the middleweight Cimbras. I think the set that we've got out in the middle are going to be fun to work through. A couple things to see. I do think there's probably one or two things that were a little bit close out here. Couple cattle that need just a shot more stoutness and power to them. That are going out there in one and two in line. I thought this one was probably the next closest one if we were going to pull another one, because he's moderate, he's bold bodied, he's real practical in his build. He just needs a little more foot and bone and substance at the ground, and he gets just a little plainer from a balance standpoint. But I did think that one was pretty close on making the cut out here. A couple of these cattle need to be just a little bit better in terms of their structure and their foot shape and how they meet the surface out here. And these cattle, I think all the ones that are from that one that I talked about back down to the end of the line, you get right up on top of them and you get right in behind this lineup, and I just don't think there's as much punch and horsepower in those cattle as the ones that we went ahead and pulled. Congratulations on a good class of them that we're going to get to work through the top end here. If you would, congratulate those young people for making a heck of a showing out here at San Antonio here in the middleweight Cimbras. Nice job to them.
Cimbra exhibitors, Class 18, last call to come forward for classification. Class 18, that's heavyweight Cimbras. This is last call for classification.
Well, as we get out here in our middleweight Simbra class, we felt really good about this yellow calf that leads off. Young man brought him out. And again, he's just one of those we knew when he hit the ring he was going to be a player. We just didn't know how much of a player, but out here, I think he services pretty quick for Spencer and I. That calf, and although not perfect on the move, when he's on the stand, he takes the cake pretty quick. This is the one that combines just, for us, fresh muscle shape with balance and look. All the parts come together, really proportional in the way he's put together. I like how he plants his hind leg there, shows off. Young man does a great job on the halter as well. When we ask him to get out and go, he'll push a little bit in his front end and knees. Not ideal there, but still acceptable. Congratulations to him. Good job, bud. From there, we thought second and third was a close decision. The second place steer for us followed him the most in terms of density, in terms of bone work, shape down low, shape through his lower rib cage. We appreciate all that about this steer, and that's why he got the edge for us today. That's a dimensional kind of a calf. Could he be a little better in his shoulder and just raise his chest floor up and neaten him up a scotch there? Sure. We'd be the first to tell you we might do that, but we do like that extra mass and shape, and that's why he gets in the second hole. The young man steering third. From his underline up, we love parts about this. This is a clean-necked rascal that is big backed. You can see the groove in his top even from the outside. We love that shape back through his round. As we come to the ground, we'd like to see just a little more bone density. We'd like to see more flank in him and maybe set him back in his knee. The young man's white she steer on the profile. Love this calf. He is smooth in his top line. He's got a good look. He does an excellent job there on the halter. For us, though, that calf is one, as you step in behind him, starts getting pretty flat in terms of just rib and his overall shape. And he does want to come at you just a little straighter in terms of his knee and his hock. We just need to power him up and flex him better to climb any higher in the class today. The young man's brockle face calf, another one we can appreciate for the muscle shape in this guy. He is powerful from his shoulder back. We love the rib shape in him, the freshness of handle, but with that, a little rounder and coarser through that shoulder, not quite as neat in his hip. When he gets out on the move, he really wants to duck walk, get outside himself. We need to improve him structurally and true him up there to climb him up any higher in the class. To the young lady's black steer coming out next. This is a big bone, sound moving kind of a calf. It's got a good hip in him. We just turn him to the side and his balance is off. The deepest part of him is up through his lower shoulder and chest. He wants to raise up through that flank. Just throws off his look and his balance. That's something that concerned us a little bit. And he too is one that just doesn't overwhelm you from his shoulder back. The young man's brindle calf. From his underline up, you dig this calf. He's got a cool look, a nice color, very shapely in terms of his top there. Unfortunately, you guys can see it as well. He gets out on the stride a little too straight in that hock and wants to swivel off them back too. We need to free him up and set him down on a square foot. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
And in the middleweight class of Simbras, first place went to Ace Naglin.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Moving to the heavyweight class of the Cimbro division. This is class 18. Steers weighing from 1292 to 1500 pounds, and once again placing 3. Attention in the barn. Brahman division, class 21, the lightweights. You can be moving toward classification. Brahman, class 21, lightweights. Be moving to classification, please. As we're sitting here watching this final class of Cimbro steers, looking at the stands being full, it's great to see. By a show of hands, how many of you here is the first time to witness a steer show here in San Antonio? How many of you are watching a child or a grandchild here today? Quite a group. Now, how many of you here have shown steers here yourself before? That's quite a tradition for our families. We're so glad to have you with us and glad to see so many of these youngsters carrying on the tradition that you folks have set for them.
honestly one of the deepest classes that we've had today. Top end quality is going to be really, really good here as we get ready to work through these heavyweight Cimbras. Definitely some decisions that are going to have to be made as we figure out who's going to win this class and on down the line. But definitely some good decisions that we had to make, and some close calls that we had to make of the ones that we made it out here towards the middle. The first few that are kind of rolling out here, first couple need just a shot more power and a little more dimension to those cattle. One coming next needs to be just a little squarer hipped and a little bit better looking. Here's a nice looking calf that just needs more muscle, a couple more that I thought just needed a shade more power. I thought this, Blake and I were talking about it, this white sheath steer was pretty close. He gets just a little awkward in the way that he handles his front end structure. He rolls up his back and ducks his pins, and if he's not going to be perfect built, he needs a little more shape to go along with it. So we can pick on his build just a little bit, and he also doesn't have the same kind of muscle and power that these cattle have in the middle. As we work through cattle that get just a little flatter in terms of their shape and dimension, I think once you get up on top of them and get in behind them, there's a pretty clear separation in between them and the ones that are in the middle. Here's a really nice shape steer that gets just a little fragile in his bone work and a little fragile in his feature, but I like the turn of his body. I like his freshness, and I like his shape. He's got big rib, he's got good back, but he's got skinny legs, and that just doesn't balance out whenever you study him. And then a calf that needs to be just a shade sounder to go ahead and make the cut here in a tough class. Again, one of the deepest classes that we've had thus far and during the whole show. Congratulations to them. If you would, put your hands together for the ones that are hitting the gate that made this class very competitive. There were some good cattle that hit the gate here, guys. I can guarantee you that. That's just a testament to the depth that we've got out here to work through. Congratulations on a nice job.
Attention in the barn, Class 21, lightweight Brahmins. We need your steers brought forward to classification. Again, Class 21, lightweight Brahmins. We need your steers brought to classification, please. Brahman exhibitors, Class 22, middleweight steers. You can be moving to classification. Class 22, middleweight Brahmins. Be coming forward for classification, please. Once again, Class 22 middleweight Brahman can be moving to classification. Class 22 middleweight Brahman be moving to classification, please.
Well, folks, we get in this class of the Simbras here, and really, really interesting class, super deep. We talked about this is one of the deepest classes of good cattle we've seen all day. For us, this steer that leads off is the one that just needs to get there, and there's some trade-offs with him and the one in second, but especially you start at the ground with foot size, bone work, and the way he uses those feet and legs. He has an edge, especially on his hock and the way he goes off those back two. We come on up from there, and of course, young lady does a good job getting him pulled together. Proportional, fresh shape, powerful. He's got all that going for him with that added density of bone and foot size down low. And again, he uses his hock to us square in the way he comes to the ground and just has that edge. No doubt this young man's black steer has some cool pieces. He is neat-necked. He is level-topped. He's good in his hip, very attractive. And with that, has a big old back in him. We love that part about him. To change him up, we would come to the ground on a shot more bone. We would like to see him. He wants to kind of bow in that hock and roll on his outside toe when he strides off those back two. We just square him up and like to see him just move out just a little truer there on those hind two. On the stand, man, he's got a killer look, and he gets your attention. From there, we start getting into three steers that are all extremely good pieces and parts, and we'll tell you what we see in them. Of those three, we thought the young man steer in third was the freshest in terms of his body shape, his handle, his top shape, the way he comes back through his hip. With that, I think he's the soundest of those three in terms of flex and reach and go. You know, he proportions out from a weight distribution standpoint, but he's not as neat in his chest and his shoulder and neck. He's not as neat in his pin set, and that's why he's third and not winning the class. For us, though, that added practicality in his rib and soundness there gets him up there for us. The red and white steer is one that has some pieces you love about him. He is one that's up-headed. Of course, the young man does an awesome job showing him. We like the power back through his hip and his hind leg. We'd change him up, and he's one of those, he was like at a 1497. He's caved in a little bit right in behind his shoulder blade and his forerib. We just like to pop him up and fresh him, just see him just have a little more dimension there and fill him in through that center body so the parts come together, because that's a good calf without a doubt. He's not 12 o'clock today, but good animal for sure. The young lady's yellow baldy steer, again, he's one of those from his shoulder back, you dig him. He's big backed, he's big middled and thick made. He's one with that, though. You're seeing the maturity down his chest, down through his shoulder, particularly on his knees out front. That's where we'd change him. Just his front assembly in terms of his shoulder, his chest, put that knee in him with a little more set and clean him up in that joint if we're going to bump him up any higher in the class today. The red brindle, good-looking steer, one that has some power, a little frailer bone, not quite as free in his movement. The black brindle, another one comes out here, really neat neck. She does an awesome job getting his head up. You like his shape back through his round. We'd like to open him up through that center body to make him tougher. The next two cattle, a little bigger sheath kind of steers, both steers that we like in terms of balance. They have some symmetry in their lines. They're big-footed, big-boned, easy-going cattle, but you get in behind them, you don't see quite the shape. Then the young man's white-faced steer that wraps up the class, giving up some in terms of just weight and mass. That's a good balanced calf. We appreciate him showing him out here and getting him shown off. I like his level, and that's just, again, gets overpowered in terms of overall dimension and mass of that top group. Let's give him a big round of applause, please.
In the heavyweight Simbrall class, first place went to Madison Kep, Lavernia FFA. Second place, Kennedy Long, Lubbock County 4-H. And third place, Zachary Huey, B County 4-H. And setting our championship drive in the Simbraw division. Out of Class 1, first place was shown by Hadley Carey from Tilden FFA. Out of Class 2, first place shown by Ace Naglin, Medina County 4-H. And again, Class 3, first place shown by Madison Kep, Lavernia FFA. In Class 1, second place shown by Baron Jasic, Atascosa County 4-H. Class 2, second place, Augustin Luna of J.W. Nixon Laredo FFA. Class 3, second place, Kennedy Long, Lubbock County 4-H.
Well, we get out here for our breed champion Simbra, and one of the smaller breeds in terms of numbers we've seen today, but one of the deepest quality breeds we've seen from end to end. Let's give the Simbra breeder or exhibitors a big round of applause, please. You know, cranking off with our lightweight, this is a cool little cat. We remember when he hit the ring in class, he's one that got our attention. We thought got up there pretty quick in terms of one that combines plenty of muscle with a nice look, proportion there, and sound enough on his feet and legs. Again, you know, you get him out here, and there's if we didn't have good big cattle, we could live with that one because that is a good animal. We think there's quality there, and he's certainly like his type and kind. Young man steer out of the middleweight class, you know, he rolled in that class again, and we thought he just kind of got out there because on the stand, I mean, this guy paints a really nice picture in terms of balance and proportion. I'd like to think the parts flow together in him awfully nice. He's good and fresh in terms of his back shape and shape back through his round. You know, as we get him to go out and ask him to lead, you can see he's just pushing a little more there in that knee, not quite as free in the way he handles that knee and hock as some, but on the stand, I really like that calf, and he does a nice job presenting him. We get to our heavyweight out here, and again, you get a calf that has some presence, some proportion with that added power and mass and density we're going after. You see it in his foot size down low, the way he carries himself. She gets the stick on him right there, and that ought to get your attention. For us, again, really nice one there. That second out of that heavy class was awfully high quality as well. Let's give them another big round of applause. We'll select your champions, guys.
And the champion Simbraw of 2025, shown by Madison Kep, Lavernia FFA. We will lead in the second place steer out of Class 3, that is Kennedy Long from Lubbock County 4-H to vie for reserve. And Kennedy Long showing the reserve champion of 2025 in the Simbraw division. Moving on to our Brahman division, this is Class 21 entering the ring. That is a lightweight class. There are 16 entries. They will range in weight from 1,000 to 1,200 pounds and will be placing 2.
Well, a good way as we get here rolling in here into our Brahman division. I feel really good, and Blake and I do, about the ones that we kept in the center, and I think some nice cattle along the rail that we've got out here. Calf that comes in first there, he needs just a shot more rib and body, and I think a little more time and maturity will help him. I think later this spring, I think that calf will be more competitive later on down the road. I just don't think he's quite 12 o'clock yet. Calf coming next needs just a shot more muscle and power. We need a little more top line balance, and the one coming next, Blake and I were talking about this calf right here. There's some pieces about him that I thought we discussed and talked about getting him out in the center, just because he has some foot and some bone, and he's got some structure whenever he goes. Whenever you get right in behind him, that calf closes up just a little too much. As you study him from his pin set through the center of his quarter all the way down low, we need to see just a shot more muscle in him. We thought this one, and along with the one in front of him, we thought this one was pretty close, because he's moderate, he's big-bodied, he's practical, he's easy feeding. He gets just a bit frail in his bone work, and he too needs just a shot more shape up high. But fundamentally, he's pretty good there in terms of body type and feedability. As we work on down, calf that needs a shot more muscle shape, we discussed this calf right here because he's got a real fresh shape coming right out of the back of his shoulder. He just needs to match that with a little more dimension from behind, and probably get out of his front end skeleton just a little bit better in the lay of his shoulder and the angle of it. Thought a big-bodied calf got just a little bit plain from a balance and shape standpoint, and a calf that needs to be just a little bit sounder. Another good class of them as we work here into our lightweight Brahman division. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll have fun working through our top end. If you would, we've got a full crowd here. Put your hands together for them. Let's congratulate them here on a nice day.
Loose steer in the arena. Okay, steer captured. Attention in the barn, if we could have exhibitor Raylan Thomas come up here to the announcer stand, please. Raylan Thomas. Okay. Attention in the barn. Steer exhibitors that had champion steers this morning, we need you to start moving toward aisle F to be restalled. Again, all the champion steers need to move to aisle F to your new stalling location.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Steer exhibitors in the barn, class 23 Brahmins, you can be moving to classification. Again, class 23, the heavyweight Brahmin steers can be moving to classification, please.
Well, as we get out here and we've started off our Brahmin Steer Show, guys, again, a really good class, these lightweights getting into this deal and rolling in and finding good cattle throughout the lineup. The steer we lead off with, that's one for Spencer and I both. We liked him pretty good coming in. And, you know, I'll just say it real quick. Yeah, could he take a little longer stride? He could. But after that, this is a steer that gets up there pretty quick in our mind, one that combines like just tremendous power and shape with a nice look. He is long and big in his round. He's big back, and yet still a nice little head and neck on him the way it comes into his body. That one proportions and balances quite well. Again, structurally, you know, his joints appear like they're angled like they should. Just when he gets out and goes, he gets just a little short-strided, but again, still needs to get up there and win the class for us today. The steer in second is one I particularly like from his shoulder back. Just opens up. He's really a beefy top, thick-hipped kind of a steer. Good and full in terms of his rib cage. You like his heaviness of structure as well. He wants to maybe get just a little shorter up through his neck, a little more dense, or I shouldn't say dense, but a little deeper in his shoulder, not quite as just up and neat and attractive in that front third as our class winner. But another really good steer there that we have in second. The steer in third, I got to hand it to this little lady. You know, he's one we didn't initially pull, and she kept showing and got our attention when we got our hands on him. And then she gets out here and shows her way up in the third. Awesome job, kiddo, because you show that calf off, and you bet. Give her a round of applause, guys. I mean, that's just pure hustle, and that gets you revved up, and it definitely gets me motivated to try even harder at my job too. So keep that work up. But again, an up-headed steer there, very shapely. He is one. If you watch him, he's a little straight in his hock. He kind of compensates. It has a little extra set to that pasture and then slings them. We're okay with that. I would like to change him up in his hip structure, just deepen him up a shot in his twist if I'm going to work him up over those two. But great job, kiddo. Young lady in fourth, another good job on the halter. This is a really smooth-made, proportional kind of calf in terms of balance. He catches your eye. He has some dimension through that quarter. One for us, you know, it handles just a nickel softer there over his rib. And when I say that, I just wish there was a little more just true shape to go along with that right over his back. Big thing for me, he gets a little deep in that shoulder, not quite as neat on the profile as some that precede him. The brindle calf next in the class, another one, long-sided, sound structured, has some thickness back through his quarter and round. For us, just a little off in his balance, a little wastier in terms of his leather up front, not quite as attracting the way his neck hooks into his shoulder, into his top line there, and that's where you tweak on him to move him up any higher in the class. The young man's black steer next, another nice balanced calf, one you'd stouten him up in his bone work and muscle. Then the calf that wraps up the class, a big ribbed one that's sound enough structured, but another one you get on top of him, you just like to see more dimension and shape all the way through. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
In the lightweight class of Brahman steers, first place went to Tilden Ezel, New Braunfels FFA, and second place, Alyssa Pollock, Falls City FFA. With Class 22, the middleweight Brahman steers entering the show ring. This class has 12 entries, ranging in weight from 1201 to 1299.
As we were working through this class and making the pulls, and then the 4 that were over here on the rail pulled in, I was thinking, man, we almost pulled every single one of these calves. And really, the 4 of them that we have left, all 4 of them aren't bad. That's a big-bodied, real deep-centered kind of a calf that's too flat and a little straight. He needs just a shot more muscle and a little more flex from behind. A pair of cattle that are coming out here next, really both of them have a nice look to them. We need to moderate them, see them just a little bit better in terms of their rib cage and their center cavity to go ahead and get a pull over here. We thought this one was probably the closest one. I told this young lady, I think she's been in here, what, is this the 3rd one that you've shown? Tell you what, she does a good job every time too and gets those cattle shown very, very well. But whenever you get in behind this one, he does get just a little too plain and nondescript in his shape, and he needs to be just a little stouter whenever you get in behind him. This was a good class, and as you can tell, we pulled these things right off the walk, and we're excited about them because the quality on the top end is very, very good. So congratulations to the ones that made it out here to the center, to the 4 of you that didn't. You guys did a good job getting them presented out here, had a good set of cattle. Congratulations to you on a nice day here in San Antonio. Put your hands together for them, and we're going to work through our top end. Nice job.
Attention in the barn, if we could get Madison Kep and a parent or guardian could go to the vet clinic across the way. Again, Madison Kep and a parent or guardian, if you could please go to the vet clinic. Steer exhibitors in the barn. This is first call for Class 26 lightweight Gerts. Be moving to classification. Again, Gert Division, Class 26. Be moving toward classification.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, folks, as we got out here in our heavyweight Brahmin class, Spencer and I, it's one of the smallest classes we've had today, but we thought there was challenge because it's one of those things. We like this set of cattle, but we may not love every one of them or even the ones we end up with. There's things you would change on all of them, so there wasn't just an absolute hammer, but a lot of good cattle. But I think at the end of the day, when it's all said and done for us, we got to this yellow steer, and that's one that hit us pretty good in terms of just combining power and substance with enough of a look and presence and suitable enough in structure. Not ideal in structure. I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to see him flex and reach and handle those hind two more correctly and square in his hock there. But on the stand, she gets the stick on him. He pulls together, and that is one big back, opened up, thick-made kind of a calf there we can appreciate. The young man steer in second. This is one of those calves. I really like this calf. He constantly wants to keep his tail up and keep his ears pinned back, so you probably don't get to see just how good he could be. I'd love to see him out in the pasture or pen when he's alert and he's just looking around and not getting wound up, because that calf is a long-sided calf. We like him in terms of composition, the muscle shape and dimension he has. He's bolder and more opened up in terms of just out the backside of his shoulder and his center body than that calf that we have in third, and that's one of the things we liked about him. But like I said, he keeps those ears pinned back, he keeps his tail up, so at times maybe doesn't hit you quite as hard on the profile. But again, another one structurally certainly acceptable in the way he goes. The young lady steering third has some pieces and parts about him you love. Like, I love the depth of side in him. I love the flexibility and reach he has in terms of his structure, the foot size and bone work. That calf has some dimension of his quarter right in behind his shoulder. That's where we need to improve him. Just open him up and freshen him up in terms of his shape. I would still like to tuck him in that shoulder there and have it lay in him just a little smoother and flatter, because there is pieces on both ends of him we like. We just think he gets a little piecey in his profile. The young man steering fourth, that's the steer that's not like the others. He's ultra clean for a Brahman calf. He's one from his underline up. You love the true shape in him. He is very expressive in terms of his top and his hip. Still one that's pretty level in his top line. However, he gets a little shallow rib. He gets frailer bone, and we just like to see more lower density in him if we're going to bump him up any higher in this class. The young man's mousy colored steer coming out next. I like the rib cage in him. I like the mention of quarter in him. However, he's one that gets off in terms of balance, a little heavier up through that chest and that lower shoulder, not quite as balanced, and one that could be cleaned up a little bit in his hock. The brindle calf next in the lineup. This is a calf that's level in his top line. He's big in his back shape and clean necked. I like all those pieces about him. However, when we ask him to go, he gets a little short stepping. He's one for me, gets a little frailer in his bone. I'd like to see more mass there to match up with the rest of his body. The next Tiger Stripes one you like in terms of just being a practical, easy-growing kind of a calf that's big-ribbed, has some dimension, a little off in terms of balance, deep up through his front end, gets to breaking a little bit in his top line. You'd change him there. Then you have the yellow calf that wraps up the class. Love the smoothness in this calf and the balance from the side. He's one that takes a long enough stride on a big foot. However, you step in behind him, too flat and narrow to really be a player in this particular bunch. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
In the middleweight Brahman class, first place went to Beth Killermeyer, Runnels County 4-H, and second place to Hollis Holmes, Goliad County 4-H. Bringing in the final class of the Brahman division, Class 23, heavyweight steers, ranging in weight from 1,300 to 1,500 pounds. There are 14 entries in this class, and again, placing 2. Gert steer exhibitors, class 26, lightweight Gerts. We need your steers brought forward for classification. Again, class 26, lightweight Gerts. We need your steers to the classification area, please.
Well, as we wrap up here in our Brahman division, another really good class. Before we get going in this class, probably definitely the first time that I got to go to Houston or to have the opportunity to judge at Houston. I was in that big arena, kind of looked around and thought I was in the Coliseum at Rome, and then I look over and Blake Nelson is right on the other side of the ring judging the Brahmins, and at that point, I thought that I made it. So definitely cool to get to judge the Brahman steers out here with him, and we wrap up in a good class of them. And I think the depth of this class is really good because there's still some good cattle along the ringside. We've got one that's getting just a little past 12 o'clock and a little bit stale, but boy, that's a calf that you can really appreciate just the lateness of maturity, the length and the skeleton in that calf to get to that heavy of a weight and still maintain his composition. He gets just a little plain in his shape. Got one here, little round hip, little fragile in his bone work for the weight that he's at. We need to stouten him up there at the surface. I like the look and I like the extension of this steer. We've just got to see him just a little bit stouter. The run of calves coming next. We need to see all three of these bolder, wider, and more massive whenever you talk about them from a muscle standpoint. And then this speckled neck calf that's at the end of the lineup, really from his shoulder back, don't mind him. Little too jammed up front. Doesn't get out of his front end quite good enough, and his hock doesn't flex quite good enough either. So there's just a few little things from a structure standpoint that we can pick on, and he needs to be a little bit better looking and a little higher quality from the side. I thought a good class of them that we got to work through here. We've got an awesome set of heavyweights that we're going to work through and place here in just a second. But around the ringside, if you would, congratulate those exhibitors for an awesome showing here at San Antonio, and as we work through your top end of your class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, folks, as we got out here in our heavyweight class, the Brahman show, again, we thought it was real deep. And really, for us, it became kind of a three-horse race. And I'll talk about these cattle. But this steer that leads off, although not perfect, that is one powerful rascal. I think it's one of those things, you get on top of him, you get behind him, he just donkey stomps everything else in the lineup. And he does that in a fashion that we can live with, enough balance and proportion there. Structurally not ideal, but enough. He's good enough in our mind. We justified it because that is one big backed, opened up kind of a calf that carries it all the way through. He's long in his hip. He's deep tying down this quarter. Just a ton of mass and shape. And like I said, we stand back off and look at him on the side view, and he gets the stick on him, gets his head up. You can live with the balance in that calf, the proportion and weight distribution in him. Structurally, I think for that kind of power, like I said, he's just acceptable for us. You bet. We'd relax him in his loin. We'd like to see him stride out a little easier on them back two if we're in an ideal world. But out here today, he's sure good enough. And sorry about that. That Brindle calf in second, you know, I think he's one of those. He's done that a couple of times now. I think he's just bored and being a little frisky. Who knows? He might have got cut a little late. But that's a good calf. That one rolls out here, and he is one that's sound structured. He is shapely and big-backed. Really impressive there. We like his balance and his look. You know, if you moderate that calf just a nickel in terms of frame, he might actually give Old Yeller a little run for his money just because he is a little smoother in the way he ties together. He handles his top line a little sounder or looser and leveler when he goes, and we like his soundness. But two good cattle there and not taking away anything away from the kid in three. And I would tell you, young man, the thing about your calf, I think that's a really good steer. I think he's not quite there yet. He's like 11 o'clock. The great thing about it, you got a couple more shots, I hope, with him, because as he matures and fills in behind his shoulder, I hope to be watching the Pulse one day and see you win a class or breed it at majors that are left, because that's that kind of calf. He's that kind of quality. He's just not there today, okay? And that's why we like those two. But I wanted to commend you. And Spencer and I both loved a lot of parts about this steer. We think he's one that's really well balanced. He's sure nice on his feet and legs. Good in terms of dimension up through his hip, just right in there in terms of just from the point of his shoulder back to his hook bone. Just not that pop and shape we find the top 2 cattle, but his day's coming. I wish you the very best of luck. The young man that we have coming out next, love the practicality of this calf. Big rib, sound structured, easy feeding kind. He handles that way, a little more mellow to the touch. We like the smoothness he has. We would like to see just a notch more pop and shape to go along with that density of bone and body that he's carrying, and we'd raise him up in his chest floor. The young man's black calf here coming out next on the stand. This is a good-looking rascal. He's one that, too, handles with enough power for us. Just gets a little straighter through his hock and knee. We'd like to see him flex and go with just a little more reach. I might tone him down a notch in terms of frame. The brindle coming out next, another calf that sure sounds structured, has some thickness back through his hip. Just to us, a little more restricted in terms of his rib cage yet. Not quite as powerful through his center body to be competitive. Then a black calf that wraps up the class. This is a big rib, thick-ended one. Just gets a little piecey and off in terms of his balance and profile, but again, a nicely presented calf. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
And in the Brahman heavyweight class, first place went to Jed Polar, Wharton County 4-H, and second place, Morgan Wynn, Lake Creek FFA. Moving to the champion drive in the Brahman division. Out of Class 1, the lightweights. First place went to Tilden Ezel, New Braunfels FFA. Middleweight class, first place to Beth Kellermeyer, Runnels County 4-H. And again, out of Class 3, first place to Jed Polar of Wharton County 4-H. Second place in Class 1 was Allison Povelik of Falls City FFA. Second place in Class 2 was Hollis Holmes of Goliad County 4-H. And second place in Class 3, Morgan Wynn, Lake Creek FFA. Gert Steer Exhibitors, Class 27, middleweight steers. We need coming forward for classification. Class 27, middleweight Gert steers.
Well, folks, we get to our champion Brahmin lineup, and again, maybe not quite as many of them, but a good show for us. There was some challenge at times in working through those classes, but we feel really good about our first and seconds we got out of the respective weight groups as what we bring out here to the drive. Young ladies, black steer, that lightweight class, that was a good pair of cattle in that class. And as we stated earlier on him, you know, very impressive for the shape and power he has. That steer still balances up pretty good. You'd give him a shot more bone to match up with his body type if we're making him ideal. And actually, I don't know if he's just a little more relaxed now or not. He's even moving better now than he did in class, and that's good. Maybe he's getting used to this surface and getting out there, but again, a nice calf. The young lady's middleweight steer, that's a calf in that particular bunch. We thought that class was tough because there was just a lot of pieces and parts, but feel really good about getting him back out here. This calf balances well. He's good in terms of his top shape, his muscularity. You know, you'd still change him up just a little bit in the way he handles that hip and hind leg on the move. If we square him up on those back two and see him just handle his pin set and rump properly when he goes, he really is one that can make a case to run at the big banner here, but that's where we'd sure change him up today. And then we get to our heavyweight, and like we said, that is just an impressive beast. You step in behind him and you catch him in terms of power and dimension. Really interesting there. Then you stand off to the side, and again, it's one of those things with that kind of muscularity and dimension, still proportions out okay, and we deem his structure acceptable because there is so much calf there. You definitely got to keep in your mind. If you would, let's give our Brahmin exhibitors a big round of applause. We'll show you the two that we like the best.
And the champion Brahmin of 2025, Jed Polar, Wharton County 4-H. We will now lead in the second place steer out of third class. That's Morgan Wynn from Lake Creek FFA. And reserve champion shown by Morgan Wynn, Lake Creek FFA. Let's give all of these youngsters a round of applause. A great set of cattle. And moving to the GERT division, this is class 26. It's the lightweight steers. There's 25 in this class, and they range in weight from 1,000 to 1,190, and we will be placing 3. I would remind all steer exhibitors in the barn that throughout the day, our champions and reserve champions and all other first place steers will remain here in this barn, but all other branded steers must be taken to the TLMA pens across the way in the auction building. If you have gotten your pictures taken and you're squared away, go ahead and be taking those branded cattle on toward the TLMA pens if you would, please. Again, all champions in reserve and all first place steers will stay here in the barn. All other branded cattle will go to the TLMA pens across the way. Should you have a non-placing steer that you would like to sell, loose steer, steer captured. If you do have a non-placing steer that you would like to sell, you can take the steer to TLMA as well and take your disposition card with you.
We get into a little bigger class here in our lightweight girts, and Blake's going to take another look at them as they're lapping around. But a good class of cattle, a lot of them, and definitely some variation in terms of type and kind. I think maybe on this class, the ones that are over along the rail, maybe a little more hit and miss on feet and leg structure as we study them and study them at the ground, and a lot of them maybe just weren't quite good enough in terms of their feet and legs for us. I thought there was a few close calls to be made. The young lady, the second here in line, I thought your calf was really close because I do like his structure and I do like his balance and look from the side. whenever we pull him in over there towards the rail, he just doesn't have enough muscle to get out here in the center. But from this look right here, and his structure, I think is pretty nice. He just needs to mass up and have a little more horsepower, but I did think that was a close call there. As we work on through, again, I talked about maybe some structure things that we could change. Here's a good bodied calf that's just a little hedgehog build up front, and he needs to be more extended and a little bit neater looking. We need some of these things to be just a little more corrected in terms of their feet and their joints, and especially their rear ankles. If we do that, then they probably make a pull out here, because really there's some muscular cattle that have some shape, just like this one right in front of me. We just need to change him and his structure. And again, there's another one that's big, rolled up, backed, and boy, he's got a big hip in him whenever you get behind him. But these cattle, they just didn't move quite good enough, and same thing with some of the ones that are on down the line. Actually, the young man there that's got the calf that's acting a little bronky, I'm glad you're showing him and not me, because you're a lot tougher than I am for hanging on to him the whole time. I like that calf, and he's got some foot and some bone and some stoutness to him. He actually reads with some shape up high. A little coarser in his joint work. That calf's a little coarser in his shoulder and doesn't balance out quite as good as he needs to. But that was another one that we talked about being kind of on the bubble and making some close calls there. Good class of them there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. There was a lot of them there in that class, and a lot of them that didn't make it out here to the center, a lot of them that did. But if you would, those of you around ringside, let's congratulate them on a nice job here today and making this a good class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Steer exhibitors showing Gert steers, class 28, first call, class 28 Gert steers. Be moving to classification, please. Again, class 28 Gert steers, be moving to classification.
Well, folks, we roll out in this class the Gert steers, and we really like several cattle in this class, but these top two steers we both liked extremely well. And, you know, there's a little trade-off there, but for us, at the end of the day, you know, we sorted with power, and that's what we did, and we're going to do that. You probably picked up on that quite often when we get to a pair like this. The young man steer that leads off, when he gets him parked, I mean, that's not just a thick steer. That steer still has a nice proportion look to him. Everything fits together quite nice. He's maybe not quite as smooth-shouldered as the one right behind him, but he has that added power that comes with the territory there, because he does open up considerably better right there in his forerib and over his loin, where he carries it back through his hip. Just a really nice calf to lead off with there, and at times he might want to just have a little catch in his ankle there, and we'd sure change him up there a notch, but we can appreciate the fact we think he's sound enough. He stands there, he looks the part, and we like that about him. Young lady's black steer in second, smooth made calf. This one ties together awfully neat in terms of his shoulder blade, the way he comes into a big productive rib cage. He's one that's nice and long and level in his hip. We like his hind leg structure as well. He just wasn't quite as just genuinely shapely as that calf that we lead off with. Right in there behind his shoulder, he read just a notch plainer, a nickel of chest in him. Two good cattle there, and his added smoothness and structure gets him over the steer in third. The steer in third has some awesome parts to him. You know, he's one that's very powerful in terms of his hip and his quarter there. He's one that sure has some dimension over his rib. He's got a nice long neck in him. We got him a little stretched now, and he's probably not looking. Let's go ahead and pull him up, bud, and lead him out. Looking his very best, but that calf does have some quality to him. We'd like to see maybe just smoothed up a notch in his joints there and knock him down in that tailhead. The young lady's calf next in the lineup outside of his front leg structure, I really like this steer. He's one that's big topped, he's thick ended, he's level in his lines, has a decent look, but you can see just push forward a little bit in terms of the angle to his shoulder, the set at his knee up front. We'd like to see him get out and go with a little more freedom there. The yellow calf next in the lineup, a real useful kind of a calf. He's big-bodied, he's sound structured. He's one that handles pretty mellow to the touch. Just for us, a little rounder in his design, not quite as attractive, or maybe just downright shapely as some of those that precede him in class. The next two cattle come out here, and both steers that we like in terms of balance and look. Just give up some in terms of dimension down low. They get a little shallower twisted. They're not quite as good in terms of the rear rib and flank as some of them other cattle. The young lady's yellow steer next in the lineup, another one I can appreciate that's grown well. He's one that's good in terms of his body shape and his dimension. Just for us, a little short-necked, a little cresty there, a little rougher in the way his shoulder blends into his body. The black steer circling out now, sure structurally sound, an easy-going kind of a calf that has some depth as well. Just for us, gets a little flatter in his shape. Then the steer that wraps up the class, that's a big back little calf there that has some neatness about his neck. Just gets a little off from hooks to pins and shorter strided when we ask him to get out and lead. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
The lightweight Gertz, first place went to Kai Johnson, Stockdale FFA. Second place, Riley Beard, Goliad County 4-H. And third place, Cannon Tabor, Wiley Abilene FFA. Attention in the barn, could we have Bailey Gilliland to come to the announcer stand, please? Bailey Gilliland.